Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, we got some fucking leakers? My goodness, I just saw that. Hi! Good morning. Good morning, good morning. When there are two Hexencircle characters, Durin, Venti, Klee, Albedo, Mona, Fischl, Sucrose, Razor, in the party, the following effects take effect. Great English. Venti and Klee's witch forms are enhanced. Venti. After using Elemental Burst, normal attack can fire Anemo-infused piercing arrows. I wonder how bad the numbers on this are going to be. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if C1's going to affect that, actually. Imagine it does. That would be pretty funny. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, this without numbers, we can't say shit, right? I mean, it is what it is. Klee, every 3 normal attacks automatically fire 1 charge attack. That's kind of good, no? Like, isn't that kind of good? Because, like, N1W was already her, like, basically her best combo. And they're now adding this onto 3 of these. Like, they're basically just doubling her damage. Like, that isn't that insane? No, really doubling? I mean, it's got damage percent, so it kind of is doubling. Probably times, like, 1.8 or some shit. Maybe you need to do N3 and not N1W for it to trigger? Oh, maybe. That's possible, actually, yeah. That's a possibility. What do you think about the Anemo Yoimiya buffs? I mean, it does say piercing, so it's more like Anemo Sethos. But these are not particularly interesting leagues, honestly. I think the Venti one is going to be interesting. I mean, it depends on the numbers on the piercing attacks. If they're just his normal attack numbers, it's going to be pathetic. Anyways, we have locked in that we're going for nefer, so we really fucking need some EM main stats, right? Like, we still don't have any of those. Like, right now, our nefer build, right? You guys want to see the nefer goblet that we're using? This is our goblet. This is what we're working with right now. So, I think we're gonna need to, hopefully, find something with functional craft one. The thing is, it's not like I have the rest of the fucking gear anyways.
Controlled breathing. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Incinerate. Oof. Kapow! Hero incoming.
Alright, chat, it's time. I don't really need a goblet, I just need something. Like, I need like a few usable pieces. I can craft a goblet if need be. Like, it's annoying because it means I'm not crafting an electro goblet for Varissa this patch, but I'll take the L.
Final, faster, stronger. Light of the blazing sun. It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Hurry up, Brassa.
The game's making fun of me. This game is making fun of me right now. That's just...
Rise with the sun. Stop right there. Controlled breathing. Let wrath from the skies. Incinerate. Smash down. Yeah! Running late again.
I don't know. I'm not happy. I'm upset.
Headbutt. Heads up. You asked for it. Final warn. Quick as a flash. Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Incinerate. It's justice o'clock. Oof. Kapow. Charge. Hurry up, Brassa.
Dude, I'm gonna be in a bad mood when I'm done farming today, huh? Actually, I say that, but I'm already in a bad mood. Don't do it again. Please don't do it again. That hide? Yeah, I'm gonna ban some of you guys to relieve my stress, actually.
Burn it down. Controlled breathing. Let wrath from the skies. Incinerate. 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 Hero incoming. Smash down.
Oh! I just did a fucking extra E. It happens so rarely, man. Crazy. I'm back in a good mood. Thank you, Varissa. You're my savior. Can I not even like get a piece of the right set? Like even if it's bad? Like what's going on, man? Okay. Let's go get our transient for this week.
This realm is...
Save it for nefer? You mean save it for nefer? Who do you think we're farming for right now? Oh, you mean for the boss? There's not much of a point. Because I can't test her on day one anyways, because I straight up only have 2 pieces of her set. Even if I level her. Like, my artifact quality is so bad that I like, it's straight up not even fucking, yeah. Like, I'm cooked.
If you ever had...
That's 2 more than me. One of them has 5 crit value! Five! Using a 2-piece day 1 band-aid set on a set that's been out for an entire patch. I know! It feels so bad. But like, what the fuck can I do about it? Actually, even my 2-piece kind of sucks ass on my EM sets. No, that's not true. Wait, no, it is true. Because this set isn't EM, it's ER. Bro, like... Like, what are my 2-piece sets I can use for her? Like, Wanderers? Flop? I guess I have a good flop goblet. Okay, yeah, actually, I think I'll be fine. What does my 2-piece look like right now, actually? So, Night of the Skies Unveiling. Flowers of Paradise Lost. Gilded Dreams. Wanderer's Troop. Is there any other EM 2-piece? I forgot. Instructor. Okay, buddy. Calm down. We want crit rate, crit damage, EM. Crit rate. Crit damage. EM. EM. Crit rate, crit damage. EM. Crit rate, crit damage. And then... probably crit damage main stats? Oh! I don't have a crit damage main stat. That's not good. I can use this. 4 roller. It's not complete dog shit. Not ideal. But the problem is, I don't think I have another good flop piece, right? So I kind of can't go 2-piece with that, unless I sacrifice so much artifact quality. I was on the flop domain for 6 months, by the way. What the fuck, man? I guess I didn't really keep my, like, decent pieces, though, if they weren't high EM. But yeah, I'm outright cooked. I'm pretty sure my best build is not even going to be 2-piece. It's going to be 2-piece, period. Like, 2-piece rainbow. Just put the 4-piece TF in the bag. You know, you might be onto something. Because my TF artifact quality is pretty high. And if I play her with an Electrolast slot, the cooldown reduction effect is actually useful. Or like, I have this. This. It's too much. I don't know. No. This is not a good idea. I wonder if the optimizer would give you a rainbow set if you allowed it to. Oh, I think it would. I'm pretty sure If I gave my gear to the optimizer and I asked it to make me a build, it would probably give me... It would give me this, I'm pretty sure. Well, what are my off pieces like? You know what? It probably would go full rainbow, now that I'm looking at everything. Oh, God. You keep leveling this. Get an 8-roller. But this is pretty solid, right? That's an 8-roller, yeah. This is basically as good as it gets. I'd probably be on this. Then... This is almost as good as it gets. I'm probably on this. Probably this. Bro, am I gonna be... Is my best rainbow set for her 4-piece scroll? I think it might be. No, I don't think I have a circlet. No, I need crit rate, not crit damage. Yeah, no, okay. Well, I could level this. But I guess for now I just use this, right? Like, this is probably what my best nefer build would be like. Then I'd have the crit damage from Ascension plus 38, so 180, and then from Witsit plus 55, so like 230. Like that, this is probably what my best... Crit rate overcap? No. No, the crit rate would only overcap if I was on the right set, and I'm not. It's not crit rate overcap, chat. I'm not getting the 30 crit rate from the set bonus if I'm not on the set bonus. See, yeah, we really need to find a fucking... Yeah, we get plus 1020 from Llama, that's true. That was pretty bad. Alright. Wait, can I not use this directly here? I need to use up my condensed resin before I'm allowed to? That's dumb. I want to keep my condensed resin. For next to an onslaught. Why I can't keep this? I'll just use it manually, but it's a bit annoying.
There's
extra steps. He's talking about team / carrier recommendations for the new Abyss. Not much yet, no. Why not save it for the new boss? I already said, because right now the problem that we have is that our artifacts for nefer are so bad that we literally don't even go for a 2-piece. put it too early. GG. Right, like, I have my best gear for Nefer equipped on Mika. This is what my set bonus looks like. To be fair, maybe this is worth it. Maybe this would be a bit better. We lose like 15 CV. Will we gain 80 EM? Actually, we gain a bit more than that because this one also has a higher EM roll. It's probably worth it. So that's probably our best Nefer build right now. It's not looking good, okay? Like we need some fucking artifacts. Will you be making a video for the team recommendations? I think so, yeah, because this Abyss is like actually difficult enough to warrant that, I think. Just craft, but the problem is, okay, I'll craft a goblet, and then what do I equip on the flower slot? What do I equip on the circlet slot? On the sands? Should I level this piece? Should I level this piece? No! No, I shouldn't! Maybe this rolls all into crit. I mean, I know it won't, but I can break. Oh. 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 Good, bro. Alright. I'll take that. Not bad. Okay. Good, bro. Okay. Alright. Yeah. That. Alright. I think that's an acceptable outcome, honestly. This shit pisses me off. Fucking 2 minerals. Like, miss the roll so I can... Can't even ditch this beast now. Oh, stop getting minerals, please. Okay, that's not a mineral, but... Alright, that's... Well, shit, maybe I just needed to level my artifacts, dude. Like, what's going on? Fuck. I think I want to keep this locked. I definitely don't care about this. Don't care much about this either, but I think a plus 4 doesn't do enough. Okay. Crit again? I'll take that though. So I now have 3 pieces. This is kind of pathetic though. Like it's technically 6 rolls, but it's kind of not. Because it's such fucking low rolls. But I guess I don't have anything more promising. Now I could get away with crafting a goblet. Like, for now, I can cope really hard with this. How much crit rate do I have without the good circlet? Right. Okay. We're gonna need a crit rate circlet. Noted. Noted. We're gonna need a crit rate circlet. Okay. And noted. Good to know, good to know. This is pretty pathetic, right? We have 27 less crit rate, 15 less crit damage. Is that even better? It's probably not. Bro, it's probably not. The set effect makes it. I mean, I have a noticeable amount less crit damage, and I have 30 less crit rate. Like, the set bonus gives me that 30 less crit rate back, but, like, I still have less crit damage. So I'm pretty sure my 2-piece plus rainbow is better. Yeah, but look at that defense. So true. 2 flat defense roll, 1 defense percent. 3 flat defense roll, 1 flat defense, 2 defense percent. 2 defense percent, 1 flat defense. Bro, that's an insane amount of defense. Holy shit. My nefer won't be dying. Surely defense affects incoming damage from bloom, right? It's fine. We don't get bloomed. We can't bloom. We're not blooming. That's why they made her not bloom. They wanted it to comfort me. They wanted me to not feel too bad about my defense rolls. That's why. Yeah. I think that with this, though, I'm not gonna craft. It sucks ass, like 100%, but I can just keep farming for this. I have to craft a Verissa Goblet every patch, man. It, like, I just do. Actually, maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'm wrong. Cause, like, realistically, I'm more likely to see an upgrade from Verissa with directly farming the artifact domain, right? Because my goblet is pretty solid already. My problem right now is flower and feather. You're never getting a double crit EM goblet? Listen, I was on the flop domain for 5 months, and the first EM goblet I saw was this. So maybe, right? Maybe we'll see something. Reroll it? Fuck no. Oh. Oh! Chat. 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 It's time for disappointment on Verissa. Thoughts?
Thank you for add as
The thing is, I don't really have any good feather targets right now. This would be a great feather target. But I can't target it because because I'm capped on crit rate, right? And I don't, like, I guess if I get a bunch of crit rate rolls, I could change my flower to something else. Something that has less crit. But I don't have great flowers that have less crit. All my good flowers have a lot of crit rate and low crit damage. I mean, I guess 2 less crit rolls with this. Yeah, the problem is that with a 2 guarantee, this isn't guaranteed to be an upgrade. So I don't know if the guarantee is actually going to be useful. Right? Like, if the guaranteed pity... Okay, the guaranteed pity only kicks in when you roll these bad stats twice, right? When you have 3 guaranteed. If the guaranteed pity rolls all 3 times, and it's as lucky as it can get, which would be like all on crit rate, then the artifact doesn't even become better because I'd have to go for a much worse piece on another slot. I think I will use my 4 stat guarantee on this one. Because at that point, one, if I 50-50 my 1 non-guaranteed roll into flat attack, that's an upgrade. And 2, the rest of the rolls are guaranteed to be either of these 2, but I don't want all of them into crit rate. Otherwise, I'm going to overcap on crit. Like, technically, this could be a better reroll target if it had ER instead of EM, right? But it's not like the ER is actually necessary. It helps Akasha max, I guess. So maybe, I don't know. Are you still number 1 NA? That's a good question. It's been a while since I checked. Yeah. For some reason, sometimes it shows as EU instead of NA. But yeah, I still am. That's Sands, yeah. I'm carried by the Sands, honestly. But the rest of my pieces aren't that good. Well, the Goblet is pretty good, but it's an off piece, so it's kind of normal that it's pretty good. And, like, my on piece isn't that much worse. It is worse, but... Oh, you know what? It is that much worse. Holy fuck. The average rolls are so low. Anyways, I think I'll hold my feathers until I get some stuff that's, like, more appealing to reroll. I'll start saving them. It's normal to have a 48 CV off-piece Goblet. I mean, okay, it's not. But, like, as the number 1 Thundering Fury Glazer, I deserved it. Alright, I earned that Goblet. You know I did. Have I done these events? Have I done this? I think so. But I'm not sure. Yes, I have. Damn. Okay, I haven't done this event yet. Is Monday new Durin leaks? No. Monday leaks is for beta updates. So characters that are already in the beta that get changes. Durin isn't in the beta yet. Because Durin is in next patch.
Running late again.
There was a discussion which suggested that Sugos and Ino C6 are worse teammate than Kazuha and Farina C6 for Flens. Farina C6? I mean, I can believe it. Farina C6 probably outdamages Flens. It's not really a question of synergy or being a good teammate. It's just that, as it turns out, whale shit is whale shit. Oh. I tried to jump, but instead I inputted my jump after I had already departed. And yeah, made me look like an idiot. Chat. This place scares me now. This is where the llama clip happened.
Rev the engines.
Is 90% crit rate acceptable in nefer, or should I go more for more / closer to 100%? Actually, getting to a specific crit rate breakpoint doesn't tend to matter that much on characters that have a lot of hits, right? If your character is dealing a lot of their damage concentrated in one hit, going low, being at like 90 or 95% crit rate isn't that much better in DPS than like sacrificing a little bit to reach 100. But when your crit misses, it feels awful. And it can actually be the difference between clearing and not clearing. So sacrificing like 2% overall DPS in order to reach 100 crit rate tends to be worth it on characters like Molani, characters like Maoika. Nefer gets a total of 18 Lunar Bloom hits during her rotation. And they're all doing a similar amount of damage. So not being at 100 crit rate won't really change too much, right? It matters a lot for Maoika because you have 1 burst hit and 4 melted hits.
Where you gotta use it or lose it.
For Molani, where you have 3 to 4 vaped hits, right? But 18 is enough that if you miss 2 or 3, like if you're at 90% crit rate, you should be missing like 1 to 2 on average. But if you miss 3, it's not a major damage loss, right? What am I doing? Basically, 55 crit is enough for nefer. Well, you still want to go for a crit ratio that maximizes your damage. As a general rule, a 1 to 2 crit ratio maximizes your damage the most. If your artifact quality on an artifact that skews your crit rate in a certain direction is better, then maybe your optimal ratio won't be 1 to 2 because of the specific artifacts you have. But staying somewhat close to 1 to 2 still tends to be optimal.
What?
Alright, there was a waypoint. GG. How much ER is enough for Versa and Overload teams? Versa doesn't have strict ER requirements because if you can't get your mini burst, you just do something else. And if you have more ER than is necessary for 2 mini bursts, it just means that like every 3 or 4 rotations, you'll get an additional mini burst. Real question, is Versa a downgrade to Auron and Overload teams with a new combo? No, she's an upgrade. Versa has combo. They're talking about the Maoika combos. Overload Maoika teams are gated by the fact that Maoika's uptime just doesn't last that long. Chauveur's animations are really quick. Eonson animations are really quick. And Maoika's uptime only lasts for, what is it, like 7 seconds plus animation, so it's like 9. And you're gated by 18-second cooldowns. Which means you got 2 choices, right? Choice number 1, spend an additional, like, 6 seconds doing non-burst buffed spinning on Maoika, which tickles the enemies. And if you do, then you would want your last slot to be a character that's off-field, like Auron. The problem is, there is no character that goes off-field there that actually, like... What am I looking for? Oh. I have to... There you go. I forgot what I was saying, chat. I got distracted by the difficulty of this. What was I saying, chat? Right. There is no Electro character that you can use there that, like, significantly improves Maoika's damage.
What I like to do is stack my plate up high,
Right?
then squash it all down,
Or that does a lot of off-field damage.
and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
And since you have about, like, 6-ish seconds of remaining time in your rotation, there's a few on-fielders that have a certain amount of good front-loaded damage for Electro, like Verissa. You know, technically, you could probably make some bullshit work with Arlecchino, too. like, swap back to Eon-san, do a charge attack to refresh the Chauveur's buff, and then go finish your uptime on Arlecchino. I kind of want to try some of that shit, huh? That sounds like it could be cool. Because Arlecchino's front-loaded damage is pretty good. Is Versa Chauveur's better than Citlali Chauveur's for Mawika damage? For Mawika damage, no, but for team DPS, I think it's actually pretty similar. The main thing is, with melt combos, there's honestly not much DPS you can gain from optimization compared to overload combos. So if you are, like, not that good at the game,
Try and stop me.
what the fuck are you doing? Bro! What are you doing? If you aren't that good at the game, like, you have a default understanding of how things work, but you're not that great, you don't really get punished in the melt team, but you do get punished in the overload teams. So the melt teams are like the Skirkinara performance of both teams. The overload team will be better. The Ziox performance of both teams, the melt team will be better. And then the Zajef performance of both teams, the overload team will be back to being better. And then for actual people that are actually good at the game, it'll probably be a lot better. Swap Skirkinara with Zayas and replace you with Karen. The thing is, as much as, like, Nick sucks at the game from the standards of like, theory crafting optimal rotations, he does know what he's doing, right? So, like, if he misses the melt on Mawika, he'll be like, oh no, I fucked up, and he'll restart. Right? What he'll fuck up isn't getting the melts on Mawika, it's like getting the combos optimal and, like, fast, like, as fast as they can be. But, like, as long as you get the melt on Mawika, if you're not doing great combos, the melt teams will be better. Because basically, without optimized cancels, the melt combo is better. But if you aren't entirely sure what you're doing and you're not used to the characters and how they work yet, it's not just getting cancels, it's straight up getting your melts that's not gonna work out. Right? There's robots holding hands. Where? Oh, I have to make them hold hands. I see. The small robot riding a horse. Which one is the small robot? That one? This is like... You know, I don't dislike this, actually. It's like, kind of loser behavior. Okay, what am I... There's the robot. Where's the drink? Oh, there's the drink. Like, this is kind of loser behavior, but like in a cute way, you know?
Time to roll.
You just said the word nerd with more words? No. It's giving distance relationship via Discord? No. What it's giving is, like, tourist taking picture holding up the Tower of Pisa vibes. Like, it's cringe, and it's... but, like, it's not... It's the sort of stuff that, like... I wouldn't really want to do it.
Hurry up, Brassa.
And I think it's cringe. But I also will never tell someone who's doing it that they're being cringe. Because they're clearly, like, having a good time. And I wish them the best. You know? Like, I'm glad you're able to have that sort of whimsy in your life. Like, you're a loser, but in a cute way. I envy you deeply. Wait a second. Can you... A new quest? What's that? Is that like... Afterward? What does that give us? Mora? I ain't doing this shit. Did those weapon materials give me enough to level up my spindle loot? No, they did not.
What?
Also, chat, I just realized the pose that we made Flynn's do is his idle animation. Can you make characters do a specific idle animation with one of the cameras? Yeah? Oh. You can... I didn't know you could do that, man.
The long sleep beckons.
I didn't know you could have trial characters by going here. Did you guys know this? What happens if I do this? Oh, damn. Check build? Is it bad? You can't? Oh. Wait, actually? Let's check if he's on Noblesse.
Close your eyes.
I don't think he's on Noblesse. Because we didn't get the
Night
attack bonus icon, buff icon, when we use the burst. They don't do noblesse trials anymore? Yeah, they usually don't, but sometimes it pops up in the weirdest places. I think somewhere in their code for shit, they still have that as the default. So when they forget to, like, actually specify something, it goes to that, and it's funny. Have you considered SMS Flins for Nefer's last slot? What do you mean by SMS? Like Serenade? That doesn't sound good. You won't have good uptime on Serenade. But we could take a look at one mini burst Flins on the damage set. I'm down. So it's gonna be sus to make it work with some of the hydros, like I know, because the hydro app is a bit too low, and you need to get a thundercloud, otherwise Flins tickles, right? So I don't know exactly how real this is going to be. But for now, I'll be assuming that you can get your thundercloud. Flins. EQ. This is probably not that bad, honestly. But it should be worse than Inefa. Because Flins isn't getting buffed by anything. But he should have decent personal damage, honestly. So Flins, base attack. 352. Attack percent, we'd go attack, attack, crit. We get 20% from substats. That's 8 for the attack he gets from his own kit. Base HP, 12,491. EM, so he'll get 160 from his passive. Does he get anything else? I don't think so, right? He just gets 160. Other sources of EM are going to be obtained from equipment. Yeah, I guess he would have the I know C1 if we are including I know C1. But I know C1 doesn't apply to Llama, so I can't put it as a team buff. EM substats, yeah, you're right. I forgot. I think I'll have to separate it with all the different constellations for I know. Because I can't make it apply to only Flins. Unless I go and change the whole sheet, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that. He gets 20% lunar charge damage. No damage percent. Crit value. Same as Nefer, right? Just crit ascension. Yeah. Motion value, if we do EEQ. Well, you probably do EN1 EQ or EEN1Q. Just add an N1 just for the particle. Or maybe you do EN1 EQ N1 for 2 particles. Because otherwise you're kind of... Can you generate 30 energy with only 1? Let's calc that. Lynn's 1Q. Okay, so if he generates only one particle, we have llama particles that are not active when he's on field. Right? Because you'd have to... I don't know. You don't want to do it this way, though. You don't want to go llama last. Because if you go llama last, your Ino burst is going to expire in the middle of Nefer's uptime. Does that matter? Because you still have 2.5 seconds after the burst expire where you're still generating Verdant Dew. Because of the properties of Verdant Dew. Is her C1 only when the burst is active? It lasts for 2 seconds longer, or 1 second longer than the burst. The C6, same thing. For now, let's assume that, sure. But I don't know if these rotations are gonna work. But it's also very possible that you can get an electro charge through Llama with Ino C2. Right? Why Ino can't we use Farina? I think as a general rule, Farina Hydro without a healer or a shielder is not a good idea. It's not something I like recommending or calcing, because I think it's not something anyone will ever actually do. Candace then, so true. Candace doesn't work well with Nefer. Because you need to do normal attacks to activate her thing, and you don't want to weave in normal attacks. It slows you down. Anyways, so we'll have no particles from other characters called by Flynn's. We'll have Ino's 3 particles, Llama's about 5 average particles, Nefer's about 5 average particles, Fav proc, only 1. It's not called by him. Yeah. So his ER requirement would be 180 to just get 1 burst, if he only gets one normal. With 2 normals, it's 150. That's still kind of sus, honestly. The energy economy for him is so poor. Yeah, so I guess you just put him on Fav. And then if you put him on Fav, he doesn't even need to do a normal. It's like acceptable. Meh. You should still do 1 normal. Yeah, I guess we go Fav Flynn's. That's a bit annoying. C1? True. The C1 would help. But like at that point, why are you playing Nefer, you know? Why can't you pull a skill only Farina? Like I said earlier, a team that doesn't have a healer or a shielder with Farina is so unpleasant to play. And the reality is that even tryhards don't play those kinds of teams generally. Because it just feels so fucking bad. Right, like, playing without defensive utility with Farina on the team is the same as playing permanently inside a Bennett buff against enemies that are all hitting you with hydro damage. right? Because you have half the HP baseline, which is equivalent to attacks hitting you twice as hard. It's actually worse because at least with Bennett you heal back if you manage to survive a hit. With Farina you don't. Unless you swap to healing mode, which is such an insane DPS loss that it's just not something you want to do. Anyways, motion value attack would be 303.3 plus 99. Motion value attack, a lunar charge, 121.5 plus 176.7. And I think I built this sheet so that I'd multiply it by 3 here. Yep. Cleanse on Ketane for more damage. You could. Right, your requirements with Ketane. Ketane is how much? 12 refund? Your requirements with Ketane are pretty trivial. Similar to Fav. So then the question is, does the 110 EM from Ketane do more for you than the Fav proc for the rest of your team? I think it'll depend on your energy breakpoints on the rest of the team, but they'll both be very similar. Why don't we consider level 10 talents? I mean, honestly, there's no real reason why we couldn't. The reason why I don't is because you do not receive enough crowns to crown every talent. So I just use level 9 as a baseline. But there are some abilities that scale differently with talent levels. And when they do, I try to account for that. So like, for example, right? Most like default example of this is going to be someone like Yoimiya, right? Let's everyone say hi to Yoimiya. Hi, Yoimiya. Right? Yoimiya's normal attack from level 9 to 10 goes from 59.9. That is a very small number, huh? To 63.6. Right? Which is an increase of about 6.2%. Compare that to Maika's burst, right? Goes from 756.2 to 800.6. It's lower. I thought it would be this. Oh. Is it actually just a digit thing? No. I mean, it's pretty similar. It's like about 6%. Add the fighting spirit? Yeah, sure, I guess. It's 2 points. Oh, yeah, there's going to be rounding on the fighting spirit, actually. 2.7 and to 2.9. This plus 2.7 times 200. This plus 2.9 times 200. 6.5 here. Well, whatever. It's always around like 6 point something. We look at maybe that, sure. Maybe that charge attack, right? 92, sorry, that's normal attack. 13.45 to 14.47. Oh, this one's actually higher. Whatever. The thing is, when you increase your talent level by 1, right? When you triple crown a character instead of having them at talent level 9, for Nevilet, his damage is going to be increasing by about this much across the board. For Mawika, same thing. But for Yoimiya, it's going to be a bit different. Because unlike Mawika and Nevilet, there are 2 talent levels in Yoimiya's kit that multiply one another. Right? So from talent level 9 to 10 on her skill, it's 158.8 to 161.7. Which means that if you're double crowned, your actual increase in your normal attack damage is 8.1, not 6.1. But if you assume all talent level 9 for everyone, you're going to run into some problems where some characters will effectively be getting punished because their kit scaling involves multiple parts of their kit multiplying one another. And so being at talent level 9 isn't 1 talent level's worth of a nerf, it's 2. Right? It's not like 3/4 of your damage are 6% behind, and the other quarter is also 6% behind. It's all of your damage is 6% behind from the normal talent, and 2% behind from the skill talent. Because of that, in my assumptions, what I do is I assume everything talent level 9 except things that multiply one another. So any sort of buff talents on supports and multiplicative things on characters' kits or self buffs, I assume at talent level 10 for the multiplicative part. So for example, I assume that Farina is getting 0.25% damage per fanfare, but I assume the damage of burst from talent level 9. I assume that Bennett's burst attack buff is 139% with C1, 119 C0. Well, I guess you're not talent level 13 C0, but whatever. Well, I assume 139% attack for Bennett, but I do not assume talent level 13 burst motion value. I assume talent level 12. I could also just assume talent level 10 for everything, but I don't know. I've already been doing talent level 9 for so long that at this point, it feels weird to change. Anyways, Null Cry, rotation length, 3 probably, element, electro. Number of spreads? Does he get spreads? Not really. Maybe he gets 1. Then we'll do I know C1 and I know C6. I know C1, we get an additional 80 EM. I know C6, we get an additional 35 lunar. And now I also have to go to lunar charge EM multiplier. Add. Oh, that's a problem. Well, that's gonna be annoying. I have to do 3 of them. Whatever. Okay. So C0. 1, 6. Okay. And okay. And now if I do Flynn's EEQ Ino C0 on 5 Lance, you can't do this, so we gotta do Serenade here and Sky here, but that's fake, kind of. Yeah, I'm on Flynn's Ino C6. Right. Right. Thank you. So, well, this is kind of ass, yeah. This is not good. It's also kind of fake, because my sheet is built so that if you have an Electro on the team, you get spreads on nefer for the whole rotation. But with Flynn's, you don't, because you don't have quicken uptime. It's definitely not it. Because the reality is that the reason why Flynn's works as a carry is because he's good at receiving buffs, basically. But just in terms of motion value, he doesn't have that much more than Inefa, right? Like, I mean, fuck. We have it here, right? His motion value on one mini burst is about 900% of his attack with the Lunar multiplier, which is the equivalent of 4 Thundercloud procs of Inefa. Like, it's usable, but it's not good. Yeah. Flynn's without Inefa damage and without Lunar Charge reaction damage is kind of pathetic, actually. And you're not getting Lunar Charge reaction damage here. Yeah. Which team was I assuming for this? Was it Nahida? Or was it Kuki? No, it wasn't Kuki either, that's for sure. Was it... I think it was 2 swap Sucrose, maybe? No. What team was I assuming for this shit, man? I4 Gore. Official. Was it C1 I know? It might have been a C1 I know team, actually. I don't know. Barbara. I don't think it was Barbara. Maybe it was, actually. Nahida, Pav, Codex, Barbara, Sakrag. Two swap Deepwood Verissa. You're going too far with that, man. That's too much. That is way too much. DMC instead of Nahida. I haven't included DMC. The thing with DMC is that DMC's burst cooldown is 20 seconds. So you don't actually get the burst every rotation. And like, what else does DMC provide? Other than the burst? Nothing. And how much does the burst actually provide? Fucking 60 EM? That's dog shit, man. 60? Bro. Sapwood Instructor? You're not proccing Sapwood or Instructor on your Dendro in a team like this. Dahlia for some defensive stuff. Oh boy. Like in this slot? That's... I mean, there's no point, right? Like, there's no upside to using Dahlia other than the shield, and there are other shielders that work. In the Barbara slot, he doesn't have off-field application. You need off-field application. I think... I think we need to add fucking defense, man. We'll look at Albedo today. Albedo, base attack 251, attack percent, flat attack, base HP 13. Why does Albedo have 13,000 base HP? What is the point? Whatever. Whatever, I guess. What are Albedo's ER requirements in this team, actually? So... maybe 7 hits? 4.5 particles, 5 particles, 4 particles. Let's assume 5, but all off field. Or maybe 4, but 1 caught. It's similar. Whatever. Okay, other element. I know. Mama Nefer. 5 procs. ER requirements are at 175. If we want to burst every rotation. I wonder if ER Sans Spindle or Fav Defense Sans is better. Sapwood? You can't go Sapwood. He doesn't trigger a Dendro reaction. And you can't even, like, sacrifice his personal damage and go crystallize for, like, EM for crystallize shields for defensive utility either, because you're not proccing crystallize. You're hitting enemies that are Dendro Aura'd. Yeah. I think we just have to take the L and go ER Sands. I'd say kinda. Damage is similar, you have healing. Like, she's pretty okay. You get 20% from Serenade and 55 from 5 pieces is pretty doable. I guess you do get 20% from Serenade. Alright, sure. Okay, damage percent. For now, I'll look at damage with, Wait, actually, before I keep going on Albedo, I need to add these stats everywhere else. What? Okay, let's look at what his total defense is going to be at. Right, he's got 876. Defense percent, if you go triple defense main stat, Cinnabar Spindle, and set bonus, and like 30% from substats. You'd be at 4k defense. Is that enough to max out?
It's one of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
What's the conversion again? Fine. %1 for every 100 defense. It is. Okay. We're actually a little overcapped. We could change one of the main stats to something else. But what? Wait, actually no, he doesn't have the set bonus. I'm an idiot. So we're not overcapped. Yeah, okay. So let's go full defense, Albedo. So no damage percent from that, but he does have a bit from one of his passives, I think. Yeah. 25% to enemies below 50%, which is like 10% average. Because, well, no. It'll be about half uptime actually. Sure. Crit value. Does he have crit ascension or geo ascension? He has geo ascension. 28.8. Crit value 60. For now, let's go crit. Circlet. Yeah. Motion value attack. 222. Motion value attack 2. 624 plus. How many instances of this does he get in single target? Is it 3 or is it 1? I forgot. It's been so, bro. Albedo's burst has never been relevant. So I don't actually know. Didn't you say defense circlet? I did. You're right. I did say that. For now, we'll look at defense circlet, I guess.
Moment of birth.
I'm an idiot. It doesn't explode if the E isn't out.
Burst forth. Witness my great undertaking.
That was 3, I think.
Yeah.
That was 3. Plus 122.4 times 3. I heard 4, but I saw 3, yeah. Yeah. Woke meter, no. Rotation length, 3. Element, geo. Number of spread, no. Base defense. Base defense, 876. Defense percent, 58.7 times 3. 30 from substats. Flat defense. Total defense. No, I don't need total defense. What am I doing? Total defense does not go in this one. Okay. Motion value defense 1 is 227 times 7. Weapons. Spindle. Hmm. 454 base. None of this shit. 69 defense and 40 80 motion value times 7. Assuming Spindle is crazy, by the way. Yeah. I mean, if you don't have Spindle, is there another defense sword? There isn't, right? So you just go 5? No, flute is defense. Right, okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I wonder if 32 defense for the knockout resonance is better than the Spindle procs. Flute of Espitzal. $69 plus 32. It might be. Sets, we don't need anything new. Team buffs. We need Albedo. We need Spindle, and we need Flute of Espitzal. It's not Etz, it's Ez. Espitzal. Is the burst for Albedo a team buff or an individual buff? It's a team buff. Okay. 125, 10 seconds is probably not full uptime though. So it's probably 100 average. Okay. And now we need to go adjust the template. If I put this here, does it fuck my sheets? It does not. Okay. Base defense. Base, no, defense percent, flat defense, total defense. Okay. So we have total defense. Then what else do we have? We have yeah. Effective defense 1, effective defense 2. Motion value defense 1, motion value defense 2. Damage defense 1, damage defense 2. Then the total damage will go up to 66. Is that 87 DPS from Ino? Oh no, that's Barbara. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, that feels a bit low. Anyways, base defense. If I do this, no. Okay, how do I do that? Base attack is 4. No. Yes. Base attack is 4, and in this sheet it's 2. And base defense is 26, so I should do plus 24. So I want to bring this to 28. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to copy this here, so we can copy it back after. Then we're going to copy this here, so we can go to defense. No, that won't work. That won't work. There's a problem. No, okay. Okay, I haven't put base defense on Nefer. If I put Nefer's base defense, does it actually... Like, if I give her 1 base defense, it doesn't go... No, this is Nefer Q, that's why. If I go to Nefer Q, I'll just put it on Llama. Does it go? It does. Okay, it's getting conveyed here. So the formula works. Bet. So then that means I can just copy this here, right? And then copy this here. And effective defense. Going to be a similar formula to effective attack. but instead of multiplying attack, it's going to multiply defense. Motion value defense. I think I could just... Oh. I'm not having it work properly here. I don't know if this is going to take spindle properly. Let's take a look. So, albedo. If I look at... Huh. That's wrong. There we go. 15? Is that what it's supposed to be? Or is that just... No. It's not looking at the spindle motion value def. Why not? Why is it not looking at spindle? Also... Oh, because I didn't put spindle. Yeah, that's probably why. That would probably explain a thing or two. So, spindle... Okay, it's now looking at it. Bad. What? Oh, okay, right. I didn't put the damage down. Yeah, that's kind of important, huh? So, instead of EHP times motion value HP, we want E defense times... Oops. E defense times motion value defense. Okay! Fixed! And now, I believe we still need to include the non-acquire resonance? Yep. I think I'll remove the Zhongli thing, and I'll just have Zhongli's defense in. So. We gotta figure this shit out. Ifs. If character is non-cry 0, otherwise, if character element is dendro, it's this. Okay. I'll add it again, and this time, no, that didn't work. If the character is non-cry, it's 0. Otherwise, no. I gotta figure out where I'm supposed to change to add it. Fuck. Oh, I did this in a way that was a bit stupid, didn't I? Yeah. So there we go. Where's my cursor? No, that's wrong. There we go. That's right. Now, if I enter, it won't change anything. It did change something. It didn't change anything, okay? And then I have the Dendro already, so we can replace the second one from Dendro to Geo. And then instead of... It's still divided by 100, because it's 1% per 100 defense. And now instead of looking at EM, you look at defense. Yeah! We fixed it! And now we need to remove Zhongli's exception, because I had skipped doing defense. So when I looked at Zhongli, I just directly gave him a certain amount. So we remove the plus if Zhongli. Yeah. Okayge. And now we change this back to Ino C0. Forest Regalia. Okay, so Spindle 94%, Flute 93%. Okay, Spindle is better. Actually, it's 94.2, 93.8. It's 0.4% better. Oh well. Albedo's DPR is like 3k. It's more. It's 4. It's 3.8k. Okay. Don't sell him short like that. You know, don't sell him short like that. Yeah, we could compare him to Chiori if we want. But you know what? Actually, Chiori has higher base defense, so the def multiplier thing will probably be better. Actually, wait. Before we look at that, let's go back to Spindle. I want to check what happens if instead of going full defense, we go defense Geo crit. It might be a bit better, but I don't know. It is. No, it's not. It's worse. 0.5% worse, but it's pretty insignificant. Right, like you lose like 2k DPS on Nefer. You gain like 1 point something k DPS on Albedo. It almost breaks even. Yeah. So just use what's better? Yeah, pretty much. What if you just lose the main stat because you need to go for ER? Why is it higher when I remove this stat? I still have... Right now I have defense, Geo crit, and ER. That's like that's a 7 artifact build. Okay, yeah. So 1 point something% worse. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. Okay, let's look at Chiori now. Characters. Chiori. Base attack 323, attack percent 10, 350. Base HP 11,438, 10, 5k. Had a few crit rolls in the triple defense variant? No. Your requirements are 170. If anything, you have less crit rolls than I assumed to reach your ER requirements, not more. Who cares about your... I'm talking about Albedo. Yeah. Chiori... I wonder if with Chiori it's better to go Damage Goblet, because she does also have some attack scaling. Probably. So... Do you get any damage percent from somewhere here? I don't think so, right? No. But you get... I'm gonna sneeze. 20% from this. So 20, 46.6. Crit value. We'll just assume crit circlet. Does she have crit ascension or geo ascension? Crit ascension. So 98.4. Motion value, attack 1. I think we don't burst on Chiori, right? The thing is, if we don't burst, what do we do instead? It's not like we've got something else we can be doing, right? Burst in between nefer skills. That's only worth doing when you don't have nefer's burst, because you can nefer burst between nefer skills. So I think you probably... I mean, in a team with Chiori, you don't have enough ER to burst every rotation on nefer. So you probably alternate your downtime between the two skills for Verdant generation with... one rotation you do nefer burst, and when nefer burst isn't available, you just go to Chiori and use her burst instead. Right? So yeah, we probably do Chiori Q burst every other rotation. Okay, skill. We got... Oh, how many instances of these do you get? I forgot, and we'll just look at GC Sim Chiori stuff. We need to look at C0 without a construct. So skip past the con stuff. C0 without a construct. Yeah? Yeah. There's no construct in this team. Can you also check Chiori C1 out of curiosity? I could, yeah. So up to Chiori skill, you get 1 upward sweep, then 1 tomato. So sweep, tomato. What is that? Fluttering Hazode? What in the fuck? Oh, it's this. Oh, it's the upward sweep again, right? Yeah, it's just another upward sweep, right? Like it's this shit. Yeah. Does that make sense with the damage? You know what? I could probably just look up Geo. Oh no, there's Shilonen too. Cooked. Yeah, it's the upward sweep, okay. It's 53k here. It's a bit less later. Does that make sense? What are we losing for buffs? Huh? Oh, is this some Spindle bullshit? It might be Spindle not proccing on the second one, actually. Probably is. Wait, it skipped the fucking... It skipped the fucking hit that didn't apply Geo. Cooked. Okay. Well, alright, whatever. I guess we can't use that. We'll just... Okay, so that's... Wait, what is seize the moment? Okay, yeah, it is... It is this. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So that's 2 sweeps. 2 tomatoes. Three sweeps. Three tomatoes. 4 tomatoes. 5 tomatoes. Yeah. So 3 sweeps, 5 tomatoes. For people that play Chiori, does that sound right? Yes? Does she already get the 20% geo damage with her own construct? Oh, she doesn't. I didn't even realize it was a conditional buff. My bad. Thank you. Let's say ASCII East, but I remember. Yeah, at C6 stuff's different, so... GG. Alright, Chiori... Okay, so tomato damage. It's 140% attack. And we get 5. Sweep damage is 254% attack. And we get 3. Cool. Burst... 436% attack. And we get half a burst per rotation. Rotation. He's an idiot. Rotation length for Chiori will be 1. Because her burst isn't adding time to your rotation. You're only using it when Nefer's burst isn't available. And it does not slow down your rotation. So, it's only the skill that's actually rotation length. Element Geo. Base defense. 953. Defense percent. We probably go 58.7. Now the question is, do we go defense goblet or geo goblet? For now, we'll look at geo goblet. But defense might be better, yeah. And then motion value defense. 174 from tomato times 5. 317 from sweep times 3. Motion value defense on the burst. 545 divided by 2. What weapon do we give her? That's the real question. I guess we just go Spindle. The problem is Spindle doesn't proc on every hit. I don't know how to make Spindle show up in this. Actually, I probably don't need to. Because it probably just... I can probably just look at the damage. Right? So, the first one is 53k. And then 20k. Actually, no, I can just look at the timing. Because the cooldown is 1.5, right? So, 6.9, that's 1 proc. 7.6, no. 9.8, that's 2 procs. But the damage seems low for a proc. That's the thing. Why is it so low? Why is it so much lower than the one that happens when you're on field? Any knowers, chat? Because the Spindle should be off cooldown. But the damage is way lower. And I'm not sure why. On field has Geo Resonance and Maoika Q. Does it have Maoika Q? It does. The Maoika before Chiori. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense then. Sure. So, anyways. First one definitely has Spindle. Then no. That's 1. 2. Spindle procs. 9.8. 11.2, that's no Spindle proc. So we're still at 2. Then 12.7, that is a Spindle proc, so we're at 3. 14.8 is a Spindle proc, so we're at 4. 18.4 is a Spindle proc, so we're at 5. 6 Spindle procs out of 8 hits. I guess I need to have Spindle on Chiori. I'm actually starting to wonder, are there any other characters where you could put Spindle on them because their numbers are complete dog shit? That you'd use in these teams? Not really, right? I don't think so. Chat, part of me wants to look at GOMC too. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Spindle and Chiori is going to be the same thing as Spindle and Albedo, but instead of 7 procs, we get 6. Alright. And now, if we go to the template, we change this to Spindle and Chiori. Oh, right, I need to... Chiori Q divided by 2. Spindle on Chiori. Spindle on Chiori. Wait. Albedo, Spindle. Is the Albedo on normal stuff now? Or did I fuck it up? I think I did fuck it up. This is ER Sans, Albedo. Yeah. Let's put this back to normal. Okay, so this is Albedo. This is Chiori. Chiori is worse than Albedo by about 4%. Let's have this at our baseline, and let's take a look at Geo Goblet. Or sorry, at Defense Goblet. That's worse by 0.5%. Geo is slightly better. Because her personal damage is a bit higher than Albedo's. It's cool stuff, and I like the way that it adds optional swaps that won't necessarily slow down your things, right? Like the fact that nefer has cancels that allow her to do the actions required for her to do her damage in like 6 seconds, but that she uses a resource that she needs to generate 3 times during her uptime on a 2.5 second cooldown. So she cannot do rotations faster than 7.5 seconds of like uptime. It means that you basically have a 2 seconds of wiggle room that you get to like, or that you're forced, if you want to optimize, to fill with something. And it adds a lot of like nuance to her rotations, which I think is really cool. I do think that it's really cringe for people on high ping, though. For people on high ping, right? If you don't have a lot of energy generation or a lot of VR on nefer, what you're supposed to do after your first 3 charge attacks is swap out and refresh one of your buffs or use an ability so that it doesn't extend your rotation in, like, overall. But on high ping, swapping out and then swapping back in is slowed down. People on 250 ping lose half a second of rotation length just from ping delay. Literally just from ping delay. I guess this could be a bit less bad if you can swap cancel her charge attack. Because, like, if you can swap cancel the charge attack, it means that you can, if you're on a high ping, you can just input the swap command earlier than you're supposed to. And by the time it registers, your charge attack has gone through. And the swap happens. So if her charge attacks are swap cancelable, it'll be a lot less bad for people in high ping. What about with Nahida? Can you swap cancel anything other than charge attack on Nahida? Because you don't want to use a charge attack on Nahida, right? It doesn't do anything to apply more dendro, and it doesn't do anything to apply more dendro, and losing 50 stamina is gonna feel like ass.
I got him cornered.
I don't think it's really a swap cancel type thing. Yeah, you're gonna get ping delayed, I guess. Cause like, the Canadian charge attack is a good example of what I mean, right? You can swap cancel the charge attack, but if you do, it just doesn't go through. But the fact that you can input your swap earlier means that on high ping, what you do if you want to swap cancel Canadian's charge attack is you input your swap earlier. Right? Like you would input it there instead of after it goes through. Right? And the actual swap would happen at the same time. Usually, charge attacks are swap cancelable. So, it might not be a problem for nefer. But for the swap back, if you go to Nahida, it will be. In Sucrose double swap, should we not consider nefer with no Q? Because if you use Q every other rotation, don't you lose a Sucrose buff on that one? The thing is, with Sucrose and Chiori and like whatever, and it's something I talked about yesterday. I brought up the word grounding. These rotations, these teams have about like 14 to 15 seconds of animations of things that they need to be doing. But they can't practically get their rotations faster than like 16 to 17 seconds. So you'll basically just be fucking standing there and staring at the enemy, waiting for cooldowns for like 2 seconds. With Nahida, the amount of time of things you have to do goes up because Nahida's burst is longer. And so, with Nahida, right, you've got about 17 seconds worth of things you need to be doing. And you can do about 17-second rotations. With Sucrose, because you have less time of things you need to be doing, you can just always swap out to Sucrose, right? And instead of using Nefer's burst to wait out your time in between Verdant Dew generation, you use it to wait out your time when you need to because your cooldowns are not up yet, right? Basically, you replace the Nefer Q with a swap to Sucrose. But without Nefer Q, if you look at Nahida, for example, you're not at 17 seconds of worth of things to do, right? If on the Nahida team you swap out to do Nahida burst, you're at 15 seconds of things you need to be doing. So you've got an extra 2 seconds, and that's why you don't feel bad about using Nefer's burst instead of swapping to Nahida to use her burst. To wait out the things, right? That's why you use the burst at all. But if you had less wiggle room, less, like, time, you would not Nefer burst. You would swap out to Nahida burst, and then back to Nefer. And you wouldn't use Nefer's burst at all. You only use it because if you don't, you'll be waiting on cooldowns. Alright, look, like the baseline with Llama burst, Ino burst, and Nefer like combos and cancels is like about about 3 seconds on Llama, right? We have Llama, we have Ino, we have Nefer E1, Nefer E2, right? By default, this is about 3 seconds. This is about 1 point something seconds. This is about 4 seconds, this is about 4 seconds. The problem is, you can't do these two back to back because you'll be waiting for Verdant Dew. So you need to include something in between these two, and that's where you do either a swap or an Nefer burst. But the amount of time total here, right, is about 12 seconds. If you add in a sucrose to the setup or a cookie or whatever, right, it doesn't need to be in the right order, but whatever. You're now at 13 seconds. If you swap to sucrose here, like 1 to 2, 1.5, say, you're still way lower than, like, actually sustainable rotations. So all you do is you just add nefer Q here. And that brings you to those 16.5-ish rotations that are close enough to her skill cooldown to be fairly sustainable. That being said, you don't have to swap back to sucrose when you have her burst available. Right, when you have sucrose's burst, you can just skip this and use the sucrose EQ, like, here instead. Right, because the reason you swap back to sucrose is to refresh your buffs, but your burst refreshes your buffs too. So in rotations where you have her burst, you don't have to swap out. Anyways. Okay, let's fix Zhongli now that we've added defense. Zhongli, base defense. I think this was full defense Zhongli, right? Which is really funny, by the way. But, like, full defense Zhongli is better. Yeah, we don't have crit circlet. We don't have HP circlet. Yeah, this was full defense. I don't think Fav is worth it, because I think even with Fav, you can't get burst every... You can't get burst every rotation on Nefer. So unless you need it to get to your ER breakpoints on the other characters, you're better off going for a defense weapon. Oh, that is so funny. Base defense, 738. Defense percent, 58.7. Times 3. You're not looking for crit at all, so you can go a bit more defense than usual. Maybe 40%. Flat defense. The only substat you're looking for on your defense main stat is flat defense, so you probably get like 200. Then weapons, we need to add the defense polearm. Yeah, so it's Footprint of the Rainbow. I didn't even know this weapon's name. Footprint of the Rainbow. 510 base attack. 51.7 plus 32% defense. Alright, and then we go Zhongli. Footprint of the Rainbow. Okay. Yeah. With what part of Zhongli's kit scales with defense? This part. it's this part. Anyways, how does this compare to Kuki? Kuki on Fav Sword. Kuki's 2.5% ahead. That's not a big difference, honestly. Alright, cool stuff. Also, these teams don't get nefer burst every rotation, so this baseline number is wrong. Only footprint of the rainbow. This is what you're actually doing. You checking against Albedo again? Sure. Albedo is about 2% higher than Zhongli. I think for comfort's sake, Zhongli's gonna be better overall. How is Baiju? Baiju kind of sucks, because you can't burst on him every rotation. Not even gonna bother changing weapon. Well, I guess you do get more energy on Nefer, but it's not really enough. That's the thing. Alright. Why no burst every rotation? On which team? On Baiju? His burst cooldown is 20 seconds. So if you burst every rotation, you're locking your rotations to 20 seconds or longer. Yeah, I didn't want to look at GeoMC, huh? How long does the burst last? 15 seconds, so it's full uptime basically. What does GeoMC do? 20% crit rate. Or sorry, 10%, 20% crit value. How many instances of burst damage do you get again? Is it 4? I have to change to GeoMC to test. I don't care enough. Yeah, we can look at Rosaria instead. I think I already had Rosaria somewhere. I'm not sure. Yeah, I did. But I don't know if it was accurate. Yeah, I guess so. Team buffs. What did I have for Rosaria? Rosaria. I had 10% crit rate average. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's not full uptime. Yeah. So, Rosaria, 5 Lance. Not that good. Oh. What about attack main stat? Was that gonna be better? Plus 46.6. No, that's worse. Yeah. The thing is, there's just so few characters that give actual relevant buffs to her. Does Mona work at all? Mona's C1 doesn't buff Lunar Bloom damage. Mona's damage percent doesn't affect Nefer's Lunar Bloom damage. It's bad. And Mona's also not enough solo hydro for the application. Mona's just really bad. C2 Chongyun. C2 Chongyun does work. Alright, add Chongyun. Yeah. Try a Scuffier. Yeah, I guess I could use a Scuffier as well. I don't think you want to build an FER on her to get burst every rotation, so it's probably just burst every other rotation. Escoffier, do every other rotation. Base attack, 347. Attack percent. I don't think she gets any attack percent from her stuff, right? Yeah, no. We got about 20% from subs, 46%. Damage Goblet is probably better for damage, but because you double dip on value for the attack because of the healing and with the Lunar Bloom stuff, I think it's probably close enough behind that the noticeably better healing will be worthwhile. So I think we go attack Goblet. Base HP 13,348 and 5k. Damage percent straight up 0. Crit value actually attack Circlet might be better than attack Goblet. Whatever, I can't be bothered. Motion value attack 85.7 plus 16 times 204 plus 57.1. Motion value attack 2. 11 or 1007.8 divided by 2. That's it. Rotation length 1 element. Cryo. Defense stats don't matter. Team buffs, none. Individual buffs, none. It's a bit worse than Rosario, but it's healing. It's gonna be like somewhat comfortable. Doesn't Seatlali give EM too? Seatlali doesn't give EM from her base kit. She gives EM at C2. C2 Seatlali is pretty good, but yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't include the red shred. Res. If the if there is Escoffier. What's the scaling on, is it 5, 10, 15? Yeah. We never get 55, so it's just the amount of times 5% times if, or if it's hydro or cryo. No. I'm an idiot. It's not. It's if this or this equals hydro, this equals cryo. There we go. No, that's not working. Oh, it's good. I'm a fucking idiot. Escoffier Q divided by 2. There we go. Okay. And then times count if ifs criteria range 1, this equal hydro criteria range 2 equal cryo. That's not working. Fine. There we go. And now it's fixed. We've got the Escoffier res thread implemented now. Okay. Are you assuming the second hit of Nefer's charge attack or not? Is it worth not canceling it? Does the second hit not register if you canceled early? I mean, it doesn't change the DPS. Let's be so honest. Will you make a guy like you did for Flynn's for Nefer? I don't think so. Anyway, so is there anyone else we need to look at? I mean, I guess we look at Diona again. Right, Diona on 5 bow. Yeah, Diona's kind of sus, man. You just got Seat Lolly. I know you talked about C2. Was that all? I mean, non-C2 Seat Lolly doesn't do anything for the team, right? She has a shield and that's it. You can use her because the shield lasts for pretty long if you want. That's it. Kirara? I mean, Kirara is basically the same thing, right? Nothing buffing here. 12 damage percent buff, which is basically nothing here. You can use her as a shield if you need a shielder, but that's it. It doesn't really do anything. Can you look at some Llama-less teams? I mean, I can. But I don't know how... I don't know if my sheet breaks when my second slot isn't Dendro. It might, honestly. For now, we go back to Kuki. Sword, Serenade. Okay. Let's take a look at... For now, very straightforward. We just look at Zhongli. Do things get broken? DPS at 60k seems low, but it does make sense for this team's DPS to be low. So I don't know if it's actually broken. EM goes down by 100 because we lose Dendro Resonance. That makes sense. Crit value goes down by 40 because we lose Llama's stuff. Effective, okay. Res changes, yep, that makes sense. Llama proc disappears entirely. Yeah. So I don't think it's getting broken. This is just the performance for this team. Obviously, we can't go spin to loot, but whatever. Yikes. That's really bad. Yeah, Nahida here. Wasn't too bad. Who else did I have that wasn't too bad? I had Cole. Yeah, Cole's pretty ass, though. God. What about... What about Inefa? Yeah. Like, if you don't have another Dendro 5-star, what's your best nefer team gonna be? Just complete garbage? Pretty much? Scoffia Rosaria. Alright, buddy, calm down. DMC. DMC won't be better than Cole, though. That's the thing. Baiju? I don't think Baiju's better than Cole either. Yeah. I think the Dendro Resonance is a must regardless. It's not really the Dendro Resonance that's pulling its weight. It's Loma being a broken fucking character. Yeah, I guess maybe Sucrose. Okay, something's going wrong here. Something's very wrong here. It should not be this low. Yeah, my buffs are cooked. I'm not getting the Sucrose buff. Because some of my buff stuff is looking at the third slot specifically. Alright, this is 68k. If I swap them around, 67k. Because the Baiju stuff looks at the Baiju only. I think. At the second column only. Yeah, like this number is different. Actually, 7.8. Oh, never mind. Okay, this is fixed. And now here I can have Sucrose. Okay. That's pretty bad too, though. Fuck. Oh, that's because it's 2 swap Sucrose. There we go. Okay. That's a bit better than Baiju. What about Baiju over Kuki here? No. What about... I mean, what about Inefa? A bit better. Still kind of cooked, though. It's a little cooked, because, like... Even Nahida is a lot better than the alternatives, right? Or maybe I guess here Inefa's not... Well... Like, this is pretty okay. As long as you have Nahida. My bad, chat. Does it assume Naida bursts every rotation? Yeah, it does. But it's just, I don't know, man. It's kind of cooked. My C0 Llama does more damage than Nefer in this situation. No, she doesn't. But, well, I guess if you replace this with Kuki, yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you... Should I do a calc for Brain Dead Llama Hyperbloom? If I wanted to be like truly brain dead, I think we go Nahida instead of Singtao. Or instead of Yelan, I mean.
The campaign begins.
And I need enemies not to die. Which is gonna be difficult. Because I can't test it in Abyss because the first enemy's fucking Hydro immune. Actually, what's the second enemy again? I know, that kind of sucks too. Yeah, I guess we can look at Kuki instead if we want to be like as brain dead as can be.
Wait for my signal.
Right? The thing is, brain dead Kuki is kind of worse than brain dead Raiden because you don't have good uptime on Kuki's stuff if you don't go and refresh her skill properly. I thought Raiden was more brain dead. Yeah, but people don't like not having healers, so we can just look at Kuki, like, it's fine. The problem is that there is no good, like, DPS. Like, there's no good testing target. Bronze Lock? I guess I could go Bronze Lock. I probably won't die. Alright. I don't have Singto Burst, though. Fuck. I'm scared.
Stand with me.
Right, I should probably have my Cookie on a healing build if I don't want to have to think too much. If I use recommended, it probably still recommends EM, right? But it's probably HP second. Whatever. Oh. Did you guys know that Cookie's healing doesn't snapshot? I didn't. Alright. So... Oops.
Forest, protect us. With one rain outlines your fate.
Grow, grow, grow! Make yourselves at home!
For the everlasting forest. Witness the power dissipate. Out of my way!
This might hurt a little. Share my knowledge.
Receive my blessing. By the frost moon of old. No, my sword.
Right, so this is like Omega Brain Dead gameplay with bad Cookie uptime. I want to have a lower bound for Hyper Bloom stuff, basically. So let's count our Hyper Blooms. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. 20 Hyper Blooms. With Cookie. Really? Was that really 20? Let's look at the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We got 15 there because things lined up worse. I think we're going to have the lower bound somewhere in the middle between these two. Let's assume like 18 default. Right? And let's take a look at the team DPS here. With 18 Hyper Blooms. So base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent. I mean, we can kind of skip a couple steps, sure. Damage percent. You can just add like 5k total DPS from quicken up time. I'm too lazy to properly calculate. EM multiplier. Hyper Bloom, EM multiplier, Lunar Bloom. Anything else? Crit value, crit multiplier. Is that it? Yeah. E attack, EM, EM Lunar Bloom, proc Hyper Bloom, motion value attack, motion value EM, motion value Lunar Bloom, number of Hyper Blooms, damage attack, damage EM, damage Lunar Bloom, damage Hyper Bloom, damage time DPS. Okay. So Llama base attack, 255. Llama, Kuki, Naida, Singto. 255. Spindle loot, 510. 10% attack, 350. This times 1 plus this. Plus this. 32 damage percent. I guess. What set bonuses do we go? I guess Llama Deepwood, Nahida Serenade, Kuki Emblem. Sure. EM 200 base, 115.2 Ascension, 187 times 3, Dendro Resonance, 60 from Serenade. What else? Let's say 80 EM in substats. Anything else? Are you in percentage? Maj. She's unfielded, so we got 250 from Nahida. I think that's it. Leaf? Nah, fuck that. We're looking at, like, floor performance. So we're not gonna include Leaf min-maxing and shit like that. Yeah, multiplier Hyper Bloom. Is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.8, because the only person triggering Hyper Bloom is Kuki, and she's got flop. Yeah, multiplier Lunar Bloom, 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus 10% from the set bonus. Or does it only provide the 10% when you're in Gleam, actually? I'm not sure. No, you get it anyways. You get 10%. I think that's it. Right? Yeah. Grid value, 60. (20 times 6.6). That's it. Grid multiplier. Effective attack. Effect. Bro. Effective EM Lunar Bloom. Instead of damage percent, we have EM multiplier. Proc Hyper Bloom, 43, 41 times EM multiplier Hyper Bloom times 1.15. I need to add proc Llama. Actually, no, I can just add it here. Plus 472.2 times her own EM. Does that make sense? Yeah, before Shred it does. This is a team that gets pretty fucking big hyper blooms. Motion value attack is 268.7. Plus, we just do one whole leap per rotation. Like, as simple as, well, no, because even if you're playing this team brain dead, you just hold your E whenever it's available, right? So it's not actually like a problem. On a 21-second rotation, so times 21 divided by, you're probably not using it exactly off cooldown, maybe like 15, every 15 seconds. Sure. You have full uptime on the off field though. 163.2 times 10. Motion value EM 326.4 times 10. Motion value lunar bloom 21 divided by 15 times 258.4 times 3. Number of hyperblooms 0. Damage attack is effective attack times motion value attack times 1.225, right? Yeah. Times 190 divided by 390. Yeah, yeah. I didn't include the normal attacks. I guess I should. How many do I do? One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 12, 15, 18. About 18. And they're averaging at like 65%. 60% times 18. I can't be bothered actually writing everything down properly. It doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I didn't include weapon bonus, you're right. We do have 200 extra EM from Spindle Loot. Thank you. Damage Lunar Bloom doesn't have this. Damage Hyper Bloom also doesn't have it. Total damage. Time. DPS. Okay. Kuki, base attack doesn't matter. Damage percent doesn't matter. EM matters. 165, 187 times 3, 80, 140 from substats, 60 from the non-cry support set. That's it. Because she's not getting the Nahida buff. Yeah, multiplier. Hyperbloom is here. Proc Hyperbloom. Yeah. Number of Hyperbloom. 18. Yeah. So you're not adding flop? I already did. Cookie's the only character triggering Hyperbloom, so I just put it on Llama as well. 140 from Suds is optimistic? No, it's not. That's a 180, 160. A 60 on piece, an 80 off piece, or a 40 on piece, a 100 off piece. That's not that optimistic. That is not that difficult to get. Anyways, Nahida. You added Taloma, it changes hold E damage? If no. I only added it on the Hyperbloom multiplier, and she's not triggering Hyperbloom. I just did plus 1.8 here. That's the only change from Flawed. Anyways, Nahida, 299. Plus... I guess you don't care about 5 Codex in this team. You can go for a more damage-focused weapon. I'm too lazy to actually figure out what the optimal one is, though. We just go with Sith. Sure. Attack percent, 10, 16 average from Witsith. Damage percent. We'll probably go EM damage crit? I'm not sure. 115.2, 60, 187. Or EM crit? Or EM. I'm too lazy to figure out which one is actually better. I'll just go triple EM. It's fine. She's not being on-fielded, so damage crit isn't as good. Oh yeah, I forgot Dendro Resonance here. Oopsie. 100 from Dendro Resonance. 40. 80 from substats. Anything else for EM here? Widsith. 80 average. Damage percent will then be... I mean, we're capping this out. It's like 79 point something. I'll just say it's 80, whatever. Is that it? I think so, yeah. Yeah, multiplier, Hyperbloom and Lunar Bloom don't matter. Crit value is 60. 48 from the passive, 20 times 6.6. Effective attack. Oh yeah, what's the damage percent? True. I'm an idiot. It wasn't 16 attack, it was 20 attack, 16 damage percent. Oopsie. Effective attack. Effective EM. Same formula as Loma. He has a lot more effective attack. Ooh, I'm an idiot. No, I'm not. Why does she not? I guess her EM is a lot lower. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Motion value attack. How many Nahida procs do we get? So 1. 2. 3. I think 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. I think it's 8. I don't know, man. We'll just assume 8. It doesn't fucking matter. 167.3 plus 8 times 175.4. 8 times 350.9. Okay. I didn't have the quicken damage. How much is a quicken proc? I'll add it. I won't be that lazy. Spread proc. Because Nahida pretty much gets most of her stuff spread with spreads. Okay, spread proc is going to be... What's the base damage for spread again? Oh, worse is on-fielding Kooky for the Nahida buff. You get less Hyperblooms. It's not that much worse. It's a pretty brain-dead team. Spread is 1809. 1809 times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier times EM multiplier spread, which is 5 times EM divided by 1200 plus EM plus 1. Yeah. Then number of spread, then damage spread, this up to 26. Number of spread is gonna be on llama, I don't know, maybe like 4. Maybe 5. Actually, it might be more than that. Because the normal attack and the E, if they hit relatively close together, you'll get a spread. Let's get 5. Nahida will spread most of her stuff because by default, she triggers on you triggering reactions. So you tend to have a quicken aura when Nahida's thing procs. So, should be 8. Damage spread is this, right? Yeah. Cool. And then technically Kuki has 32 damage percent from Iron Sting. Sure. And then it's 1664. And she gets like 2, maybe. Alright, and finally Singto. 202 plus 5. 46.6, 24 Ascension, 20 substats, 350, 46.6 Goblet, 20 Ascension bonus, 220 ER Emblem. Is that it? Think so? Yeah. Forgot a percent somewhere. EM doesn't matter. Crit value. Plus 62.2. Kuki E gets 25% damage multiplied by EM. If you care. I'm not looking at her talent damage. I'm including the quicken stuff, but her actual talent damage is really insignificant, so I'm not gonna bother. Especially if you're building her full EM. Effective attack. Yeah. Yeah. None of this. Motion value attack. 109 times. Actually, how many? I can actually count the procs I got instead of doing an approximation. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, that's 3. I missed the second one. Fuck. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I only got 13, huh? I guess that's what happens when you play Brain Dead. So it's 10 per 3, so it's 42. Plus 336 plus 382. But the multiplier is not 1.225, it's 1.25, 1.075. And the rest doesn't matter. So your team DPS here for Omega Brain Dead has a healer. Don't bother with burst uptime too much. Just fucking very, very default for Loma Hyperbloom is at around 80k, right? Nefer's teams without Loma struggle to get there. So if you only get one 5-star, getting Nefer over Loma is so bad. Yeah, I guess Inefa kind of saves you a little bit if you have her. But it's still a lot worse than Llama, right? Because, like, Llama... Spin... The loot... Alright, it's at 120k. And Nahida's at 96. So you're still a solid 20% behind. What's the DPS on Llama Hyperloom? If you use Kuki instead of Raiden, so less Hyperlooms total, you don't bother maintaining full Kuki uptime, so you just use her skill once per rotation. You do strict rotations. And you don't really try to min-max your Singto Rainsword usage. Basically just you mash your keyboard in a Hyperbloom team. With Llama, you're getting around 80k. In the version of the team that has a healer. That usually is supposed to be, like, you're supposed to adjust your rotation for that, you know? Once you start actually adjusting it and you actually have full uptime on Kuki stuff, your amount of Hyperloom goes up to like 26-ish, and you're at 100k. Just from making sure you have good uptime on Kuki. Which isn't that difficult. Is Yelan better than Nahida in the Hyperbloom team? Playing Yelan optimally involves getting 2 E's per rotation on her, so you don't have to build as much ER. If you're gonna be brain dead about it, you need a lot more ER on Yelan, and she's not as good. I think she's still slightly better than Nahida, but it's pretty close. But yeah, like, you don't want to spend time attacking on Yelan, because if you do, you don't have enough Dendro out. But you want to swap back to Yelan to skill it twice per rotation, because if you don't, her energy's cooked. So you basically need to know when you're supposed to swap back to Yelan. What's her best team's DPS? We can actually take a look at that, right? I haven't looked too much at like what the actual optimal teams are going to be. Right, with I know C6, with the nefer, versus every other rotation. Or at around 130k. If you don't have nefer, Nahida, Fav Codex gets the 128 here. Two swap sucrose is at 127k. Actually, sorry, it's not. 132k, so it's about as good as nefer, but no defensive utility. Actually, sorry, Nahida isn't this. With Nahida, you can burst every rotation, so it's actually also at 132. So basically, Nahida, Sucrose, and Nahida, Sucrose, and nefer are basically all around the same level. But nefer gives you defensive utility, and Nahida's rotations are easier to do compared to Sucrose. Is nefer higher than Skirk and D&D DPS? It depends on what your assumptions are. Macroed combos for Skirk are noticeably better than the combos that people actually do in practice. So if you assume macroed combos, if you look at the GC Sim Skirk stuff, it's pretty inflated. Some DZs don't use Instructor. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to use Instructor. You kinda have to. Instructor is way too good not to use. Which I guess is actually one of the relevant points, right? If you didn't farm an Instructor set, Nefer's gonna perform worse. You really want to get yourself an Instructor set. Also, I should go spend my resin on the other account. I haven't done that yet. Oopsie. This is funny. What is that? If Flynn's had a light bulb commercial. No, I don't want to watch that. Alright. Where do we spend our resin today on this account? I don't know.
Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
I'm so tired of farming fucking books and Mora. I really want to do something else, man. Teapot? Yeah. I'll go grab my stuff in the teapot, sure. Hmm.
This realm is true.
I think it's the first time I've seen everything yellow. Holy. Can I make this? Yeah. Can't be bothered with the rest. I'll be right back,
If you
chat.
have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
I'm back. Hello. Plus one can. If I were a rich man, so true. I need to get this done. I don't want to do that now, though. I just want to spend my res and get it over with. Do I want to use my dust here? I don't think I have anything that's, like, that appealing to reroll, right? I used a bunch of dust on this piece, and it pissed me off. I mean, I could do this, but it's not actually that good. I think I'll wait till I get something better. I could use one on Mawika's gear, but like this is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it.
Not be so frightened of ghosts.
They
are merely talking shadows.
Oh yeah, I had this.
About their past affairs.
I also had this, that's true. It's not that good though. I mean, it is good, but nah. I think we'll reroll for Mawika. Because this is a guaranteed upgrade. And I'm pretty sure I'm not capped on crit right now, so it's not even going to get me to overcap, yeah. That sans, though? What, this? I mean, it's pretty pathetic. But it's a 3-liner that doesn't have attack percent on it, so I don't really want to use a reroll. Because I'll get something better than this eventually. Either a 4-liner or something with attack. Whereas this is actually pretty fucking good. You know? It is a 3-liner, but it's an onset goblet with the M. Yeah, let's do this. Just... We have 2 non-guaranteed rolls. Each of them is a 50-50 on EM and flat attack. Actually, no, we only have 1. I'm an idiot. We have 1 non-guaranteed roll. So it's basically a 50-50. Technically, it's not a 50-50, because if we don't... Like, we have a 1 out of... 2, 4, 8, 16. 1 out of 16. That it just rolls crit 4 times. Right? So it's actually 9 out of 16. Right? What's 1 out of 16? Alright, 1 out of 4 is 25, 12 over 6.2. Well, this is a 56.25% chance not to end up with flat attack. Right? So please don't have the flat attack thing light up. Fuck me. And it's a min roll upgrade. Eh. It is an upgrade, but it's a bit disappointing.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly.
Oh well, tis what it is. Why are you rerolling a 3-liner? Because it's an onset goblet with EM on it. Right? Like, this was a 56% chance to be a 2-roll upgrade. And a 44% chance to be a 1-roll upgrade. We got unlucky. It was only a 1-roll upgrade. But it's still an upgrade, you know? So it's a great reroll target.
Let us have a
It's not a great target at 4, though.
and complexity of humanity. The wanton
Because like at 4, I'd rather target something that has like bad other stats, right? Like an attack sense for Flynn's, where I mean technically you care about the ER, but like if you have an attack sense with double crit and your ER requirements aren't too high on your Flynn's team, you don't care about anything other than the crit stats. Like, an attack sense on Skirk, right? That has double crit on it, is basically the perfect target for your last thing. But the more useful stats you have, the less you want to use the guaranteed 4 on them. Because a guaranteed 3, right? If it rolls EM once, it's basically locked out of rolling attack percent on 3 rolls. If this was a 4-liner, it would be a good upgrade, a good reroll target at 4 guaranteed, right? Because at 5 rolls, it'd be 56% chance to be no bad rerolls. Anyways, this is still an upgrade though, so I'll take it. It is what it is. Yeah. Also, right now things are a little sus for because I'm on fucking 5Bs. But the thing is, my non-codex stuff is just so much worse. I've got some good Cinder City too, but like, it's pretty similar in quality. So changing to it wouldn't really be an upgrade. That's 3 min rolls of EM. But it is technically an 8-roller. It's hard to do much better than that. I mean, this is better. But like, maybe I should use it. I don't know. It is what it is for now. Okay. We go use resin. Where? Where do we use resin? I don't want to do books. Let's do artifacts. Would you ever decide to use dust to chase higher roll value rolls? I don't think so. No, Mo. I don't want to do dire stuff.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Good luck! Ding dong, animal test 6301.
Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust.
Oh. Is your Maika C2 R1 or are you planning for it? I'm not sure if I'll get R1. It depends on who she reruns with next time she comes back. I'll only get R1 if it's with another good weapon.
Observe. Do you fear the dark?
I missed a crit, I think.
Defensive mode.
No claw! Absorption test.
Be silent. Do you fear the dark?
What do you consider good weapons? Either a support weapon that can be used flexibly, like Fork, or a carry weapon for a character that has good early constellations, like Milani's Sig.
Installation.
Chew on this. Stand clear.
Close your eyes. Observe. To
Skirk? Maybe Skirk. I'm not convinced about Skirk, though. Maybe. Meh. 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 I think it's better to vertically invest in Flynn's nefer rather than Skirk at that point. Well, the thing is, like, it's not like I would go on it until I get the weapon, right? Like, the idea would be, I'll go on the Malika banner, and I'll go until I get Malika's weapon, and if I lose my 50-50 to the other banner weapon, it effectively means that I ended up with a free Azure Light or whatever. And at that point, that, like, byproduct effectively doesn't count the amount of wishes I have to do for my teams. And the reason I didn't go for Skirk is because, you know, 3-cost Skirk isn't really better than what I expected 3-cost Flints to be, and I turned out to be right. And I'd have to do like 4 or 5-cost Skirk for it to be actually like a team that like is with constellations. But if 4-cost Skirk becomes 3 Goskirk because I just have an Azure Light as a byproduct of getting Mawika's Sig, then it becomes worth it, right?
Defensive mode engaged.
You on this.
Animal test 63.
Be silent. Observe. Close your eyes.
Do I need to level up Ino for Nefertine? No, she can be level 40.
Cleanup sequence image. Animal test 6308.
Be silent. Beware the
That's
creatures
not what I wanted to do.
to dust.
I guess it worked out. Perhaps aura farming gives us a better artifact. Who knows? Who knows? No, it doesn't. Send your own piece, true. 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 So true.
Add Astra.
Nefer, Loma, Nahida, Nilo R1. Who gets Instructor? Nilo.
Thank you for
Always put Instructor on the Hydro or like Electro character.
This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from
For someone who doesn't have a llama yet, is it better to go for Nefer C0R1 or C1R0? They're very similar. Right? Like, you look at, like, the best... Who do you have? Do you have Nahida, or are you working with, like, only 4-star characters? Only 4 stars? Okay, so, like... I guess we look at Kuki. Right? Kole. Kole's a bit better, but you don't have defensive utility. Alright, Kole Kuki is also a bit worse. I guess you can do Kole Kuki. But you might not have Kole C6. Wanna see one? No, that's really bad. You can use Diona. Kuki. You do get a free Kole. Yeah, but that's not 6 free Koles. I guess we just take a look at Kuki. Kuki on 5 swords. Nefer, Q every other rotation. We probably use Cookie's Burst in this team. So we should add Cookie Q. Oh, I already had the burst. No, I didn't. No, I did, yeah. I already had the burst. Never mind. GG. Yeah, so you wanted to know about C1 versus R1. I guess we can compare it with to whatever. So like this is C0R0. C1 is 23% in this team. R1 is 28% in this team. If you're starting from Black Marrow, R1 would be slightly better. If you're starting from Widsith, R1 would be about as good. There's actually something I'm kind of curious about. What if we go Froststar R1? That's actually worse than Widsith, huh? Divided by 2 Widsith. Yeah. The burst made Widsith a lot better. But in this team you don't burst every rotation. So yeah, so it's about as good at R1. R5 is 10% better. Okay. I think as a general rule, I'd probably lean a little bit more towards the Constellation. But the weapon's fine too. And like the main reason I don't like going for the weapon banner is because Farina's weapon is complete dog shit for pretty much every account. One thing that you could do if you have a lot of primos saved up though is go for the weapon banner, and if you end up getting like R2 or R3 Dawning Frost before you get to a 5-star at all, like before you get to a 50-50 at all, you can stop pulling, keep that pity for later, and go for C1 instead. Because with enough refines on Dawning Frost, Sig becomes a lot worse. But like, if you lose a 50-50, you get the fate point, and then you need to keep going, right? And if you win the 50-50, you have the Sig. But if you end up going to pity and getting like 3 or 4 Frost Stars on the way, you can just keep that pity for another weapon banner you'll care about and go for C1 instead. But then you would basically need to have enough wishes to go to pity 3 times, Because you'd need to get to that pity on weapon banner and then pity twice on the character banner. We'll look at some Clee/Venti teams with the new passives. I don't think we can look at Venti teams because we don't have numbers on them yet, but we could look at Clee teams. So just get Froststar Refinement. Well, keep in mind, if you get Reliquary of Truth, Froststar becomes worthless retroactively, right? So you're not actively going for Froststar, you're just opening yourself up to the possibility of a high-rolling Froststar Refines, and then you don't... And then you end up saving that weapon pity for a different weapon banner, so it didn't actually end up costing you any wishes, because you would have just ended up building that pity on a different banner instead, if you didn't go on the weapon banner, and getting the C1, which is still a similar increase to the SIG, right? But as soon as you get a 5-star, if it's the SIG, Dawning Frost doesn't matter anymore. And if it's not the SIG, you now have a fate point, and not using up that fate point means you lose it, and then you're an idiot, really. Is Zugo's nefer Lama and Aino okay-ish? It's one of her best teams. Well, Refine is Froststar. It's Dawning Frost, not Froststar. I have it at Froststar because that was the initial leaked name, but its actual name is Dawning Frost. It's already better than Black Mirror at R1. It's like similar to its R5 at R1, and with each Refine, it's like 2% better. What other characters is Dawning Frost good? What's the trigger condition again? What am I doing? These aren't weapons. After charge attack hits an opponent, after skill hits an opponent. So Molani gets only the first effect. What other Catalyst characters are there that care about EM? None, basically. They care about EM and crit. Yai, I guess, but it's not going to be that good on Yai. Risley? I guess Risley, sure. But Risley also can't get the second part of it. Yanfei. Yanfei can get the second part of it. I guess it's a big Yanfei upscale. I guess Klee could, right? Especially with the changes. Okay, actually, is there a walk cancel Klee sim? Probably, right? N1C, no. This has echoes, so it might be walk cancels. Okay, this is walk cancels until spark, and then use charge attack when you have the spark, I think. So... attack, skill, jump, attack, skill, jump, attack, charge, attack, charge? Wait, what? Why? Attack, charge? No, this is N1C. Never mind, it's just N1C. It only does N1W when it's out of stamina. Whatever. Yeah, N1Ws that are frame perfect hit every 0.6 seconds. So, like, good N1Ws are probably about 3 per 2 seconds. Right? And then N1C is 14.87 into 16. It's 1.13 seconds. I don't know what to think about this, honestly. Like, N1C spam on Klee, supposedly 1.13 seconds frame perfect. N1C. And then 3N1W is 0.58. Right? With the changes, assuming those league changes are real, and that Klee can get them from 3 attacks, not from the 3rd attack of her string. Okay. You get 123. 123 plus 268. This is right now. This is 123 times 3. Right? So this is motion value, current. This is 3 N1C. Time, motion value current, motion value buff, value per second, motion value buff, motion value per second. Motion value buff is this plus 1 charge attack, which is 268%. Same here. And then motion value per second is this divided by this. Yeah. N1C will still be slightly better when you have the stamina for it, but the difference is a lot smaller, right? A lot smaller. Right now, 3N1W versus N1C. 3N1W is 40% worse. With the changes, it'll only be 15% worse instead. The thing is, like, this is not a big buff, actually. To the N1C playstyle, it's not a big buff. That's the thing. But, like, these are kind of sim-only things. People don't do these in practice because being out of stamina on Klee sucks so much. Yeah, I don't know. This just doesn't really seem good enough. This looks like it won't really make a difference. I guess you do generate more spark, right? How much damage percent do you actually have on Klee? Right? Let's say you get like 60 from either Shavers or Farina, and then another like 46.6 from Goblet, 15 to 30 from Gear, 15 to 30 from other supports, around 150 damage percent. So getting this proc makes the next charge attack 50% or 200 damage percent instead of 150. So 300 divided by 250, it's about 20% stronger. Right? So the actual thing that's happening here is we have 3 normal attacks, which is an average of 1.5 buffed charge attack. Right? This times you had the 20% buff half the time on this combo. Yeah, that makes sense. And then on this combo, you always get the buff on this one. Or times 1.2. Yeah. So on the N2W combo, or N1W combo, it's actually like almost doubling her normal and charge attack DPS. That's kind of cool. And doesn't require any stamina. And is honestly not that far behind optimized, incredibly stamina negative N1C combos. So it kind of looks like they're making Klee easier. right? What is Nefer's premium team currently? Alama Nefa, I would say. Right, with I know C0, you're at 123k. I know C1, you're at 130k. I know C6, 136k. No, that's Frostar. I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry. Let's just do Witsith, honestly. I can't be bothered. I know C1. Yeah, it's still 129. I know C6, 135. Farina. I'm gonna keep her Forest Regalia, just know that it would be Sapwood instead. 128, which is 129, which is similar to I know C1. I'd say that's her premium. That being said, Nahida. Wait, let's go back to I know C1. Nahida 5 Codex is actually, let's have Inefa as with I know C1 as a default for now. Right? Nahida 5 Codex is like 4% behind. 2 Swap Sucrose Sac Frag is 1% behind. Oh yeah, no, you're right. I keep forgetting. Nahida 5 Codex is basically the same. You just don't have defensive utility. You can do Proto Amber as well, but then it might be difficult to get Burst every rotation on Nefer. 2 Swap Sucrose on Sac Frag is also within 1%. Do you think Sustainless is more practical now that dash cancels are busted? It's a bit more practical, but that doesn't mean it's, like, great. Fights last longer in Stygian Onslaught than they did in Abyss, right? So it's generally more difficult to pull off Sustainless teams. How good would be Jonli with Instructor? Jonli can't use Instructor because he won't be triggering a reaction. Difficult to get through your Dendro Aura with your Hydro. But you can have Aino on Instructor and Jonli on Serenade, and it's pretty similar anyways. Jonli is like... Jonli on Fab Lance, right? Is about a little bit over 10% behind the like actual premiums. Alright, we can actually fucking tier list this. Fuck it. Last slot options for the Loma Aino Nefer core. Who do we wanna look at? We wanna look at Official. Wanna look at Sucrose. Wanna look at Bayona, Zhongli, Albedo, Rosaria, Chongyun, is there ever a world where you do Raiden? Meh. Not really. Yeah, just use Kuki at that point. Raiden does have better energy gen though, but meh. Yai. Kuki. I mean, I guess we can include Kole, Dilhnari, not Dory, Nahida, Lila, Yao Yao, Baiju, Kirara, sure. If I want to include this, I mean, not really. She's just like any random healer, and nah, I don't. Chiori. No. No fucking way we include immediately. Auron, I guess? Sure. No, Auron stuff doesn't proc. Never mind. Kokomi. You would use Kokomi in the Hydro slot, not in the last slot. Like, if you're putting Kokomi on your team, you don't want Aino anymore. You want to replace Aino with Sucrose, and then at that point, Kokomi is now in this slot, and Sucrose is here. And the one about being evaluated in the buff slot is not Kokomi anymore. It's Sucrose. Escoffier, I guess. Inefa. Lens. Sure. Why not? Yeah, I guess Lanyan as well. That's true. Forgot she has a shield. Okay, I don't think I have all of these implemented, so let's add the ones I don't. I don't have Tichnari. Tichnari. 268. He just goes full attack here, right? He doesn't trigger reactions. But then you don't get a high, like, Nodcry resonance. Like, ascending gleam bonus. I think I still, well, I don't know. Maybe full EM is better. I don't fucking know, man. Let's see, 20%, 350. 10, 850. 10%, 5k. EM. So he gets 50 from his thing. Then, for now, let's look at EM Dendro crit, I guess. No. Let's look at triple EM first. 80 from substats. Damage percent, 60. Crit value. Is he Dendro damage ascension? Yeah, he is. Motion value attack. 254.3 plus, no, that's it. Then 94.6 times 6 plus 115.6 times 6. Rotation length 3, element, dendro. Number, no. Base, no. That's it. Nutty with Chain Breaker. That is really bad. That. What about Tilnutty with cons? Also, wait, before that, it's basically 80 exactly. What if we go plus 46.6? This is gonna be like 30 now. Plus 46.6. Ditch this. Plus 62.2. Is this better? No. Yeah, he's so pathetic that even if he doesn't have any EM scaling, he's better off on triple EM than attack damage crit. Okay. And then he can give an EM buff with this. But he doesn't get the second one of this, because he doesn't trigger one of these reactions. Yeah, no, that's dog shit. Okay, we don't need to calculate this separately then. It gives half the buff. That's so funny. Anyways, next. Who else do we need to add? Lila. I don't have Lila. Lila, where are you? There you are. Base attack, 217. Attack percent. We probably go... I mean, if you put Lila on the team, it's because you want defensive utility and you don't have the other options. So... I don't think you ever build her full attack to maximize the Nullcry Resonance. So you probably go a normal healing or shielding build. 11,092, HP percent 24, 46.6 times 2 times 3 times 2. We go 5. 5k. Damage percent. She get anything? Meh. No. $40 damage percent from C6. Sure. Crit value. Motion value attack. 25.6. 29.4 times 4 times 4, I guess. Motion value HP. 9.3 times... How many are there? Any knowers? Is it once per second? There's just 12 hits, I think. And no one plays Lila? Yeah, you guys probably don't know that's true. Wiki says 8? Okay, I'll believe you. I'm too lazy to actually double check. Times 8. Rotation length 2. I guess. Yeah. Lila, 5 sword. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Who else? Yao Yao? Do I need to do Yao Yao? Like, I don't. It's all gonna be the same shit, right? It's all gonna be around 80% if you don't provide anything, right? Yeah. Kirara, same thing. We've looked at the other ones. Okay, Lanyan, I guess. I do want to look at Lanyan. That's not how you write her name, is it? Is it in one word or in two? It is in 2 words, okay. Base attack, 251. Attack percent. She probably goes triple EM here. So 10%. 20%. 350. 9244. You forgot Chi-Chi? I guess. Attack percent ascension, that is true. EM is 187 times 3. What else do we get? I mean, 80 from substats. Do you get any EM from this? No. Any EM from this? All nearby party members? But yes. But I guess it's in a team buff, so I'll just put it there. Any other source of EM directly in her kit? No. Damage percent 1 is gonna be nothing, right? Yeah. Crit value 60, 20 times 6.6. Motion value attack. We'll look at C6, sure. 192. Times 4 times 8. She doesn't have any damage percent, so it doesn't matter. We don't need to split them. in the 2 elemental. Actually, no, she doesn't infuse anything. I'm an idiot. Well, she'll infuse something if your team, or if the enemy you're fighting hits you with an element. So it's actually gonna happen, like, not, it is gonna happen now and then, but whatever. Is this times 4, and then this one is 482.1 times 3. Motion value EM1 is 309 times 4. EM2, 774 times 3. Yup. Motion value, attack. Yeah, okay, that's it. Rotation length, 3. Element, animo. Yep. And then team buffs, we have 60 EM. Individual buffs, nothing. And now Lon Yan on Lon Yan C6 on Sac Frag. Okay. That's not too bad. Okay, yeah, so here's how we're gonna split the categories, okay? This is gonna be same as Inefa. Alright, I'll just call it premium. How much is Cookie here? Cookie with 5 sword is at around 92. Between Cookie and premium, below Cookie, but not awful, but has an upside, and then bad. And then we'll just go through all of them. So official Chainbreaker is between Cookie and premium. Sucrose is premium. Diona, 5 bow, is below Cookie but has an upside. I guess. We need a Cookie category as well. Because Cookie is not between Cookie and premium or below Cookie. Zhongli, below Cookie but has an upside. Albedo, Spindle, it's around Cookie level. Rosaria, 5 Lance, goes in bad. Chongyun, whatever, is around Cookie. Is it close enough to Cookie? No, we'll put it here. Kinda changes how things work. Yai. Between Cookie and premium. Cookie is in Cookie. Cole C6 Chain breaker. Bad. Definitely. Not too far below. Pookie. Dog shit. Actually, no one's gonna fucking play him in these teams. Let's be so for real. Nahida was premium, right? Nahida with codex. Lila. Below Kukiba has an upside. Yao Yao below Kukiba has an upside. Baiju below Kukiba has an upside. Oh yeah, this has got to go back to Q divided by 2. Yeah. Baiju Lila was 80. I mean, close to Kuki without healing or noticeably below. Yeah, we can do this. I guess we can have this too. Kirara. I mean, Kirara's gonna be here. Chiori. Yeah. Albedo's quite a bit better than Chiori, huh? But is 90 enough? Because, like, it is actually a bit worse than Kuki. And he doesn't have healing. Yeah. Sorry, Albedo. You're going down here. Escoffier. Yeah. And Inefa. Yeah. Then Lens around Kuki level in terms of team DPS. Which is very funny. I'd have to adjust the set so it's a little bit below this, but it's still like around 91. Nah, you know what? If I put Albedo down, I'll put Flynn's down too. Then, yeah. That's pretty much it, right? What is Baiju giving us? Defensive utility with the shielding. Anyways. Yeah, it's actually good in this economy. I mean, it's not good. Because, like, if you're going to be playing a non-sustain option, there's no reason not to use Sucrose. But it does work. For people that want to have a team where they can play AI. The thing is, like, it is slightly better than Kuki in terms of DPS, but it's not that much better, right? Like, if we're comparing to Kuki, 5 sword, right? We're using this as our baseline. Alright, and we compare this to Fischl on Chainbreaker. 4% ahead. Yai, 3E. Or did I call it 3E Yai? 3E Yai on Widsith is also about 4% ahead. But you're losing out on all of your defensive utility for 4%. With Sucrose, right? Now that's 8%. That doesn't feel as bad. That starts to get noticeable. Is Nahida the worst premium? No, all three of them are basically the same. Wait a second. That... Right, like this, Sucrose, Inefa, Nahida, wait, no. Right. This is the difference between them. It's a 1% difference between Sucrose and Nahida. The Sucrose version requires a bit more min-maxing on the rotations, though. Otherwise, it's not as good. What if you use Farina with Inefa? Farina's very similar to Rhino C1. Right. This is with Farina. What about Kokomi? Do I have Kokomi implemented? I don't think so. I think I have Barbara. I mean, Barbara and Kokomi are basically the same character in this team, right? Is, yeah, so 2 swap Sucrose with Barbara is at 116. Kuki with Ino C1 is at 118. If you don't have Ino C1, your best team with a healer with 4-star characters on the remaining 2 slots is actually gonna be Barbara. Is Barbara enough hydro up to generate dues? Yeah. It seems like it is, at least, from my testing. But it's kind of hard to tell, because bloom generation, like, creating blooms accelerates Barbara's hydro application, because of the way that it works. And I don't know if the Seeds of Deceit also do that. I'm not 100% certain. Do you want to go Baron Key Cookie? Sure. I know C1. Yeah. Key Cookie. Cookie. At 126k. Not too far behind. What is going on here? Bro, what the fuck? Huh. Jesus Christ, what's going on my wall, dude? What in the hell? That's sick, dude. Alright. Well. Well. Nahida C0 versus C2. We can have Nahida C2 as well, sure. Nahida C2 on Codex. Farina R1 for the folks who lose the 50-50. I'm pretty sure Farina Sig is worse than Sapwood in this team. Key Farina plus Nahida, that's not good, because you can't really get the key stack unless you just stare at the enemy for like 2 seconds on Farina or use her burst, but like you want to swap out after you E on Farina. You won't proc the key. It's not worth waiting out the key proc. Nahida C2 without Llama. Nahida C2 without Llama, it was pretty similar if I remember correctly. If you go back to Sucrose. 2 swap Sucrose. Sack Frag. Right. Llama is 128k. Now he does C2. Oh no, that's not true. Wait, it's because I'm not... fuck. I don't have Nahida's C2 implemented properly here. Fine. Where the fuck is Nahida? Cause like, wait. If I go back to Llama... Wait, no, I do have it. I'm an idiot. Wait, why is it so low then? Isn't it supposed to be higher than this? I forgot. Oh, right. It's because with Nahida C2, Sucrose loses a lot of value. And Inefa... Deathmatch. Yeah. Alright, so this is with Llama. We have Nahida C2, right? So... Oh wait, no. Yeah. But yeah, because when you have Nahida instead of Loma on the team, right? You aren't in a situation where you have 3 Nograi characters anymore. And so the value that Inefa loses from not having any character to proc the Ascendant Gleam thing disappears. Right? And if you have someone getting the Ascendant Gleam bonus, Inefa will be better than the alternatives. Right? So whether you're doing Farina because you don't have constellations on Ino, you forgot Llama Burst and the Llama C2 Nahida team. Did I? I think you're right. I think you're right, yeah. Llama C2, no. Nahida C2. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because, like, as you can see, right, with Llama, the gap between Sucrose and Inefa is basically nothing. But if you don't have Llama and you're using Nahida instead, you don't gain value from Sucrose giving you the Ascendant Gleam bonus anymore. Because you already have Nahida for it. So Nahida ends up being pretty far ahead. Sorry. Yeah, Inefa ends up being pretty far ahead. In other words, for people who don't have Llama, you're kind of cooked if you just didn't get any Nograi characters, right? Like, this is so far behind. Like, 30%. That's so much. But if you did get Inefa, it's only 16%, right? The difference is basically halved. Okay. If I have Nahida here and Inefa on deathmatch here, this is 113.4. If I have Inefa on deathmatch here and Nahida on spindle loot here, okay, one of my things is wrong. Artifact sets, that won't change shit. I probably got something going on wrong in one of my buff formulas. It's nefer damage that's different. Inefa is not giving the EM buff when she's here. Whatever, man. I can't be bothered. Let's bring this back to what it's supposed to be. Okay. Anyways, chat, let's do what you're all here to see. We stall, we stare, we pound, we zilch, we I feel like it has to start with H, no? Haven. That. Easy clap. Oh, that's a MIDI today. Class for dummies? Don't know. Fuzzy Foot Brand. Boot Brand. Is it UGG? Metal sought by a miner. Or TSA bag check. Me in moi? Dan Brown. BTS Army. Probably. Islam. I'm gonna sneeze. Tool in a grooming kit. Home. Helpful nuggets from expert. Publish again as a magazine edition, reissue. Skyward. Okay, this was not bag. Because this is updraft. This is Grammy. Grammys? No clue. Is it Alpha? Alpho? Something like that? Alpha? Alpha. I think it's Alpha, because this is Seats. This is Puffy. Oops, that's not a P. Pro tips. Pre-check? Okay. Alright, that was acceptable. Any guesser time? Time for me to let all of you down with the classic Zajef awful performance on the any guesser. I have no clue what this is, bro. GG. No clue. What's bro, what is this? What are these things, man? Eurocamp. Okay, these are credits. This is just like, bro, what are these things, man? Why is there an anime called Blood Divorce? Like, listen, if I whatever. Oh, I don't remember his name. I don't know the other two. Is that a Gintama character? He's got a Gintama face. That. Sure. No clue. No clue. No clue. I don't know what is fucking... Bro, what is his name? What the fuck is his, like, is it... I don't even know if Sakamoto is his first name or his last name. But, chat, I've said, okay, I refuse to... I take my dub if I have the name, but not, like, the last name or whatever. Okay? So chat, which one is it? Which Sakamoto is it? It's just Sakamoto? Keada? No. Cheater? I don't care. It's just Sakamoto? Is it actually just Sakamoto? That's really funny. Yeah, that's so funny. Bro doesn't have a last name. Oh, really? Whatever. Who cares? I don't remember her name, man. I don't know the other ones either. Oh, yeah. Well, that was okay. I'll take that. That wasn't my best performance, but it wasn't that bad either. Oh. Old, good. Let's try 3-0. Light novel, worse than ReZero. Non drama, fantasy, suspense. Maybe probably some adventure bullshit. Let's try some like bad. Well, not too. It can't be too bad. It's gotta be like decent. Not fantasy, actually. Not fantasy for light novel is kind of rare. SAO. I don't think SAO is worse than Baki. No game, no life. I could see it. I could see it. Okay. Comedy, older than No Game, No Life. Light novel. It's some harem bullshit 100% probably. Probably. Axel World. You think so? Right here. Comedy, romance. Light novel. School. Bunny Girl. Bunny Girl has too good of a score, I think, no? Toradora? No. School Rumble. What is that? No. Rom-com in a school setting? How daring. So true. Golden Days? No, that's not a thing. Try Chuni. Sure. It was it. Damn. Hold on. Okay, is this going to the VOD or are we fine? We're fine. You tell me that's an opening. What the fuck? How? Why? Oh. Right. I didn't know the opening was like that. Huh. No clue. The fuck is that mushroom head, man? What the heck? I don't have a clue. No idea. The great Jahi will not be defeated. Wow. What the fuck is that? What is this? I don't know, man. Dark Gathering. Okay, man. Sure. Sub 20k day. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Alright, chat. Tomorrow, I think we'll do some more Abyss testing and we'll talk about teams for this Abyss. Maybe record a video for that. Oh yeah, we can do the OST duel before we end, sure. That's Siege Win. Sorry, that's Sigwinny. So true. No clue. Don't know equal Fontaine. That's not how you write Fontaine. I'm skipping. I don't even fucking want to guess. I feel like I have heard this one. I don't know. This is like very chill. But also like sad. It's like chill but sad. Is there a place in Genshin that's chill but sad? Dragonspine? But this doesn't sound like Dragonspine. Maybe it is Dragonspine. I don't think so. It's too soft for a lot of the Fontaine music, I think. Maybe it could be Tsurumi? I should just guess Inazuma. Yeah. It was Tsurumi, okay. Whatever. Anyways, chat. Let's... Yeah, let's raid Arnold, sure. Alright, he's currently doing the Paha Isle quest with that one girl. So, be nice. No spoilers, obviously, if you've done it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.